Let's go. Open up. Second camera. My camera's acting weird this morning, but that's okay. What's up, guys? How's it going today? Stream's lagging? That's all right. That's probably just the beginning. I updated my stream settings, so that's maybe why. Another workout. I honestly feel today is shoulders and abs. That's what I'm doing because I always want to wake up active. It's crazy because being active gives me energy and it doesn't take energy away. It's so wild. It's like that saying, whatever is in motion stays in motion. You know that saying? I feel like that's what working out does to me. It's like, I'm so grateful that I found working out is something I enjoy. When I was back in high school, like just getting into high school, I started to realize, you know what? I love working out. Like it's like I have a good time with it. I created with it. And nowadays I realize I can pretty much do a full workout with dumbbells and bands. I figured out how to do it. So I can hit like every single muscle effectively with just that. And then, you know, I used to go into the gym and have like all the weights, all the machines and everything. And now it's just like, I actually don't even need that. I don't need that. Another beautiful day. Guys, I don't know if there's a second hurricane coming in, but this morning there was like a beautiful sunrise. That's how I got my thumbnail. There was this amazing sunrise like coming across. Did you guys see my thumbnail? Because that it shows like the sunrise this morning. And then as I was setting up my stream and getting it all figured out, I let me show you guys. Let's load up my application. So for anyone who's new here and doesn't know what I'm doing, I'm building an application specifically for increasing awareness of actions based in fear of love. It's called Lani Day, which means heavenly day. And this app is just about capturing the moment. It's not about planning the future. It's not about repeating things and like making habits. That's not what this app is about. This app is about just capturing what's actually happening. And then over time, as you capture your feelings, as you capture what you're doing, it helps you consistently become aware of the energy which you know, it helps me. This is what I did basically, to become aware of the energy in which I am deciding to act with. And so The other thing is, I wanted to show you guys the sunrise because it's in the thumbnail, but that's how I got the thumbnail. Is there was a amazing sunrise, and I was like, whoa, let me capture this really quickly before it goes away. And then it like went down. I put Mookie in there. I put Mookie in the thumbnail, but it went down, and then all of a sudden this cloud came over, and it like started to, oh shoot, Mookie's in here again. I always forget to unhide Mookie, but anyways, so this cloud started coming. It was way worse than this. It's starting to be blue clouds now, but I thought it was gonna be a thunderstorm or something coming in, like a hurricane. And then I was like, oh no, another hurricane, not another hurricane. But luckily, I don't think it's gonna be that bad. Someone told me that there might be another one coming. Why do you not need all the weights and machines? Are they useless? Mo8288. Good question. Thank you for asking. So, you know, at the gym, they have all those machines. They have a bicep curl machine. They have a machine for pretty much everything, for doing squats. They have a machine for doing triceps. They have a machine for doing abs. They have a machine for doing pretty much every single muscle you could possibly do. They have a machine for it. And what I realized, as somebody who's been working out for almost my entire life, since high school, so for like 15 years, I realized over time that I could do every single thing the machines can do, with just weights. Just get some weights, and I can hit every muscle in my whole body just by holding weights and doing a motion. And it incorporates balance. So the issue with machines is they don't incorporate balance. It locks the body into the position that you're in. And then, for instance, you could lay on your back and you could do squats. But we don't lay on our backs all day while we walk around. You know what I'm saying? When we're walking around the earth, we stand up straight and we're balancing. So when I'm holding weights on my shoulders or in my hands, and then I do squats like that, now I'm incorporating my balance into the exercise, so I'm properly working out my muscles while I'm using them to stay upright. And so it's a very interesting, let me update something in my stream settings really quickly. I'm gonna turn off, let me turn off monetization ads. I don't want any ads on my videos. Turning that off real quick. Okay. So balance is an important factor of working out. And so there is no machine that can do something differently than just me holding weights and doing that myself. So guys, I want to try to do something today, because I have Mookie meditating over here, and there's one thing I noticed about him. He's just like, he's awesome. But you see, there's no shadow where he's sitting. I need a shadow right here. And also I want to render him in a much more dynamic way, where he's blending into the scene a little bit better. So that's one of the things I want to try to do today, is get Mookie to be blended into our scene just a little bit better. So I was working on it, and the thing I was trying to do was, let's see here. Wait 1 second, guys. I have a prompt that's generated right here, and inside of this prompt is the updated Mookie. And it's a 15-second video. The other one's only a 5-second video. Mookie reference, young monkey. Okay, I already know that it's spelling the reference wrong. So inside of Higgsfield, I have a reference to Mookie the character, which is 3 shots of him front facing, back facing. His front facing shot's a bit crazy. His eyes are so wide open. He almost looks like a crazy monkey. So I probably should update that so he's a little bit more happy when his eyes are open instead of crazy looking. But anyways, I wanted to just paste this prompt in here and see if these @ references are working properly. Yes, they are. At Mookie, at green screen, at video 1. And this reference can be deleted. Okay, so let's try to generate this new meditation video. 15 seconds. Is it 13 by 1? Let me see here. It's 16 by 9 actually. I don't really necessarily want it to be that, but let's just do it anyway because that's what the prompt is going for. And I've never actually did it like this. I keep on doing different sizes other than 16 by 9. And I've been doing square, portrait, square. So let's try to do 16 by 9 this time. See how it's generated, and then see how it looks in the end. And let me just get some videos like this. Thanks for the hearts. I don't know who's doing that. I appreciate it. Alright, I think machines are mostly for injury prevention or pre-existing injuries. Everything you're saying otherwise. Yeah. I think, yeah, you're probably right. Guys, so today, on today's video, well, let me just get some music going. I want to change this song. I want to change the music that's going right now. Retro beat. There we go. Hold up 1 second. Okay. There we go. Alright, so we're generating a new video Mookie meditating. Hopefully that's gonna be better. While that's working, I wanna go into my application Shepherd, which is the backend tool that I'm using to build my application Lani Day. So as I was working on this application, which is my core project here, guys. So Lani Day is all about seeing life and the truth without being confused. And as I was working on this app, I realized I need a better workflow because my agents are getting I wasn't like tracking my agents that well. I was losing them in the mess of a bunch of windows being open and everything. And so I ended up creating this tool called Shepherd. And right now it runs in the CLI, which is this. And he's a little bit, the actual icon Shepherd is a bit bigger. I probably should update this a little bit. I think I want to have like a happy medium. I think he's a little bit, I mean, he's not too small in there. I kind of like him smaller, to be honest. It looks more, jeez, you guys hear that? Billy, what are a few apps that massively improves your workflow? This is what I created. So this right here is the best thing that's improved my workflow. And so what it does is it allows me to spin up agents. So like if I click here, it'll pull up the folder. So these folders are all on my computer, right? And I loaded them into this CLI tool. And so it allows me to easily select a folder and then select an agent by typing in /who, so I can pick Codex, Grok, Claude, Open Code, or whatever agent I want. And then whatever the who and the where is, it's going to send that agent into that folder with the prompt that I give it right here. And then it loads into this list. So I just say, yo, what's up? And whatever, you know, I'll just send that agent in there. So then it's going to go into that folder right there. And I numbered the agents to the side so that the agent that you most recently created, it gets labeled as number 1, and then the oldest agent in the list has the biggest number. So this agent right here, 25 Codex, this is the oldest agent. And then it has there's an idle time on the side, but I need to reopen this Shepherd, because what's cool about it is all of the, like, if I quit out of it like that in the CLI, it still actually is running in the background. So when I load it back up, it's still there. But I don't know why in this, okay, wait, I need to update something. I'm noticing that the idle time is in the CLI is still all the way to the right, but I wanted to move it back to where it originally was. Ever since I updated the green text in the idle time when an agent finishes, it moved positions from where it originally was. So I want to move it back to the right of the working time in the runtime, which would be to the left of the actual agent name. Can you please check to see if that's been updated in Get already? If it has, just rebuild the CLI so I can relaunch it. If not, then fix this and then rebuild it. Okay, so I have something I recently just updated inside of the graphical user interface of Shepherd, which is so if you guys don't notice, when I spin up an agent in the CLI, it actually also spins it up in the app itself. So when I click into here, I can see the exact prompt that I just gave right there, and I can see Claude doing its thing right here. But if I go to the CLI in my terminal window and click into that, it actually loads the agent itself. So they're two separate things. The thing that I wanted to do was add more like rich information into here, so these agents are actually, so this view is actually parsing the information, and I can print it out in like a more readable. That guy's like taking out the trash right now or something. So I can print it out in like a more readable way. Thing that I just updated this morning before I got on live stream was to detect whether or not what agent I'm in, and then to detect what agent I'm in, which is this right here, agent input routing. So let me see real quickly. So just to update on you guys, I basically just said, this was the prompt. I wanted to, whatever agent I open in, I want that to be routed into the who section. So I have all my open agents that are right here inside of this who section, because I could create a brand new agent, but if there's an agent already created, I need to communicate with that specific agent. And so I want this to kind of be locked down to this specific agent once I click into here in the application, because inside of the CLI, when I click into here, it just opens actual Claude, you know what I mean? Which is easy to do, that's like super simple to do, but it gets more complicated when I'm doing this, how I'm doing this in the app. So I wanted to see if this is working properly or not, to send this input to the right agent We'll see. We're about to find out. Done, installed. What changed? When you click into the agent, the composer says, okay, so it's completed. Let's just check it out and see if it works. What's up, motion codes? Yeah, Shepherd graphical user interface is the GUI. It's getting there. It still needs a lot of work though. You know, it's gonna require a lot more work to get it to the point where I would like it to be. But yeah, it definitely is coming along. It's gonna be something so much more useful than just the CLI, and I have so many ideas already coming through as I'm working on it all the time. But you know, first I want to get the core functionality of it actually functioning in a solid way, so it's not like having bugs or anything like that. So let me click into an agent real quick. Let's just go into the exact agent that I was just in a second ago. And now notice that the who is locked down and the where is locked down. So I can't actually change the who and the where when I click into an agent because the agent's already in a folder and I'm already like locked into using Claude, right? So I can't change what agent is working or where it's at currently. That's just how I have it. So let's send this agent a prompt real quick. I just want you to reply with hello. Okay, so this is the agent input routing and I'm just asking it to say hello to me, so let's send that. Okay, it loaded into here with a time and there's a reply. Okay, so let's actually check in the CLI if I can see that same information. So agent input routing, click on it. I just want you to say hello, hello, there it is. So they're synced up. And that's the key because I want everything to be synced up with the actual CLI. And I don't want things to be disconnected from each other. There's a core running task in the background that's managing all the agents and stuff. So the CLI, it's like this. Like if I could draw a map, it's like, oh wait, Mookie meditation. Anyways, there's a map, and if I could draw it, it would be like up here is the CLI, over here is the graphical user interface, the GUI, and then down here is the background task. And then both of the CLI and the graphical user interface are connected to the background task. And so what I don't want to have happen is either the CLI or the graphical user interface to be generating agents or doing things on their own. They should both be communicating with the background task. And so that's basically what's happening right now. And I can list out the different sessions that are running in the background. So for instance, if I open up, and I can run multiple sessions too, but if I just open up Shepherd session list, then it's gonna load up the running sessions, which right now I just have the default session and it shows how many agents I have, and it shows the herder that right now it's synced to herder. But if I run this outside of herder, it won't be synced. So right now, all of my agents are spinning up a tab inside of herder because that's how I originally created Shepherd to work. But if I run Shepherd completely outside of herder, then it's completely detached from herder totally, and it runs on its own. But because I ran this session inside of herder, and that's originally how I created Shepherd to be working, then it has that ability still. It still has that ability. So I didn't want to get rid of that, because if somebody's using Shepherd or using herder and Shepherd, then they could still have that functionality of sending the agents and creating tabs inside a herder. So that's what that little thing was in there in this session. So it notifies me if it's linked to Herder or unlinked to Herder. So this application can run regardless of you have Herder installed or not on your computer. But yeah. So anyways, that's a little bit of a rundown of Shepherd and how it's functioning currently. Over time, who knows, maybe it could get more complex. Maybe I might build out something to be different. But I would definitely give a big thanks to the guys over at Herder for doing the work that they did, because they did a lot of work to create what they created. And I'm building a lot of my tools of Shepherd using the Herder's agent management system that's been created by them in the open source project. So I really appreciate those guys for doing what they're doing. It's allowing my system to function the way it functions. It wouldn't be functioning this way. I'd have to code Herder basically. I'd have to code the background Herder task agent management system. But because Herder has been coded by that team and they made it open source, it allows me to have this this dynamic way of managing agents simultaneously, even when I quit out of it. So I'm like utilizing some of Herder's tools inside of Shepherd. But the thing is most people wouldn't know that. I think most people who download Shepherd and install it on their computer are like this graphical user interface. They're not gonna know that that Herder is supporting what's happening. So that's why I wanted to just give a shout out to those guys, because a lot of that is what's helping me create this. What was going on? The fix landed. Hey Billy, what tab does the new agent launch into when you create it from Shepherd? What tab does the new agent go into? Are you talking about in Herder? So whatever folder you send it into, it's gonna load it into the side panel in that folder. So these are all the folder categories. So for instance, it's vibing characters is it creates a folder. Okay, so this is how it works inside of Herder. If you guys want to know how Shepherd works inside of Herder, so it says Shepherd/CLI right here, and then if I click into Shepherd/CLI right here, it has all the agents in tabs. So this is what happens if you run Shepherd inside of Herder. It just starts creating tabs every time you create a new agent inside of the space that's labeled the folder name. So that's what happens. And so you can okay, so yeah, that's just the answer to that. And I want to rerun Shepherd real quick because it changed the idle time. Yep, and now that's looking better. So the idle time switched from the right to left. It got confused with that. Yeah. Okay, so let me just goal was moved to CLI idle clock. Okay, so let me just get back to what I was doing again. Okay, idle positioning is finished. I don't currently have a way to quit out of the agents inside of the list, so I also noticed that it's one click. So inside of the CLI, I have to click twice to open an agent, but in the GUI, I have to click clicking once just opens it, which is, it's not bad, but the only issue is I have this selection where if whatever agent is selected, then I can change it to be, I can run slash commands on that agent that's currently selected technically, but it's kind of weird that it works like that, to be honest. I just want to wait to delete the agent in case I want to, so let's just update that. And when I click, you see when I click on a folder, it doesn't actually update in the where. That needs to be updated. When I click on an agent, or when I click on a folder in the list, right, because I have everything's grouped by folder and then the agents are underneath, and when I click on the folder, when I double click on the folder, it should update the where underneath writing a task in the input. And then if I click on an agent, if I click on a, wait a second, let me go to the CLI code. Oh, right guys, okay, so what happens is when I click on an agent name, it updates the who, and when I click on the where, the folder, it updates the where. But if it only opens up the actual agent when I click on the name of the agent. So let's update this. It should only open the agent when I click on the name of the agent, and when I'm hovering over my mouse, when I'm hovering over the name of the agent, it should turn white, and my mouse should turn into like a, you know how you can do the pointer? It changes the mouse into the pointer, like you can click. I want to update that. Okay, and then let's do another thing. And then when I click on when I hover my mouse over a folder, which is the category obviously, in the agents underneath it, it should also change my mouse to a pointer, like, and then when I click on the folder, it should update the where for where I'm sending my dispatching my agent in the input field. And then when I hover over my mouse over the actual agent, like the kind of agent, I also want it to do the pointer. And then when I click on the agent, it updates the who of who's gonna get sent, what agent's gonna get created when I submit this prompt. Okay, let's create that agent. I think I want to make this guy smaller in the CLI. He's so big. Okay, I want to update the shepherd icon in the top left corner. He's just too large. And what I want you to reference the GUI, the graphical user interface. See how he's much smaller. I don't want him to be that small though. I want him to be slightly bigger, but I'm curious why he looks more squared out than the CLI. He looks way taller and skinnier. I'm not sure if this is an optical illusion or not, but I like the way he's looking in the graphical user interface. So if you could use that style of character, I don't know if he's a more I'm not sure, it might be an optical illusion, but anyways, I want the shepherd to be smaller by like 50% in the CLI, and then I want the agents, the working, the pause, and the done to be going across the screen from left to right, much like the graphical user interface does at the top. It has working, pause, and done, and then idle. I kind of want to keep that same thing that's happening, and I want to remove the total amount of agents. I'd rather just have seeing the working, pause, and done instead. It makes more sense to me. Here's the folder with GUI project. Okay, so just making these look a little bit more similar, you know what I'm saying? For now, shepherd. Let's execute that. Okay, just making sure these things are in sync here. When I click into an agent, I noticed that the input field at the bottom, there's this like about section over here happening, and I don't know, I might update that later. It's not a big deal right now, but just don't like the way that looks. Guys, today's going crazy. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Okay, so for anyone who's new here, what am I building? I'm building an application that's called Lonnie Day. This is it. What I was just working on is my backend tool Shepherd for helping me be the shepherd of the herd of agents that I have, and so that's this is my tool to help me run agents as I'm working on my application Lonnie Day and everything else too. Like I'm working on Mookie, the character. What is it? 1080p. Whoa, he's coming in hot. Oh, you kidding me? That's awesome. That's a much better meditation video. I like that. Let's reframe it. Whenever I reframe it, I lose quality though. I lose quality every time. What? Forget about it. That's amazing. Alright, let's do 1080p. We can do 4K even. I don't need 4K though. Let's just do 1080p. And hopefully don't lose any quality here. Please, please don't lose any quality here. Every time I do this, I reframe the thing, it just like look at what happened here. It got all grainy and everything, and it was not nearly as good. This is 10 times better than anything I've generated so far. Yeah. Okay, so for anyone who's new here, I have 3 projects going on, which is Shepherd, Lonnie Day, and my anime characters. I do have a name for the show, guys. So there's an update. This is Kai. For anyone who doesn't know, this is Maya, and obviously Mookie, as you guys already know and have seen him. But here's the name of the show. I actually have it. So I'm gonna work on the story of the characters and everything. I've just been kind of doing that when I'm off stream working on the story, because it's a lot of like deep thought stuff, and I like to be very like introspective with it. But I'm gonna work in generating the prompts together live after I have like the story like more written. I'll share the process of me creating that show and working on it as well. Let me just go into... I'm just so happy with the way that things are working now. Working tree. So the other thing I want to do is update this to be more legible. I'm still having a hard time reading it. I don't know, maybe I need to zoom in, zoom out. Does it make everything zoomed in? Yeah, it's a little bit too... I kind of just want it to be... No, I don't like that. It's a little bit too big. You know what I'm saying? It looks very nice though. It's very clean. I do like it. Hey Billy, I am vibe coding with you daily. I live in Georgia. Even if I can't watch it live because I'm 11 p.m., I watch recorded tomorrow. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you for coming in live today and saying something. Thank you. Sorry guys, I haven't been totally reading all your guys' chats. Just catching up with what everyone's saying. Okay. Alright, so still working on the groups and the way I'm displaying the information of user accounts. So what I want to do is I want to, let's see, I want to get, okay, so I want to add in here a way to track and see the days recorded in the past, and then list out the total amount of days recorded in my own account. So let's go into the application folder, Claude. Here's what I want to update. So let's create a plan for how to implement seeing information when I drop down the calendar. So when I click today or the date at the top, it drops the calendar down full screen. What I want to do is I want to, on each date prior, I want to know and be able to tell whether or not I recorded something, recorded nothing, and I also wanted to just I wanted to be able to tell if I was having a more, let's say, stressful day, a day that's more in fear, a day that's more in love. So maybe the color could shift based on the feelings that were recorded. So like whatever activity that was done the longest and whatever feeling was recorded, you know, with that longest with the thing that was done the longest amount of time and the feelings that were recorded inside of that, whether they're weighing more towards fear or love. I guess throughout the day the feelings are going to shift and change, but I want to be able to see just in the calendar, like when I load it, like what days might have been more stressed out days or what days might have been more like playful days or something. so I can see that easily when I drop down and go through my calendar at the top. So right now I just want to create a plan for how I could create this. So for anybody new in the stream today, my application is just about capturing the moment and recording exactly what energy we're moving with. Like, what's the core foundation, the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's ultimately what I'm trying to understand, right? And one of the core things that I think gets looked past oftentimes, because I looked past it, which made me fall into a depression, was the feeling which I'm consistently feeling during the thing that I'm doing as I'm living. Because I was consistently stressed out, I was consistently feeling insecure and lonely, and I was just living with this energy, and it was changing what I decided to do, you know, and also it was changing the intention behind what I was doing, why I was doing what I was doing, you know, because of this worry and this insecurity and this loneliness. And so I was overlooking this part of why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I had to bring it to light. I had to start looking at this because I ended up in a depression. And so it was important for me to see this and learn the lesson. And yeah, guys, so anyways, I really needed this back in the day when I was consistently working in stress and stuff and worry. And then now I'm building this app for myself, what I needed, and also for anyone else who might be going through a situation in their life where they don't understand why things seem so hard, or why this or why that, why am I feeling this way and that way so consistently. Other people seem to be living life so much more at peace, but why does life seem so hard for me or meaningless to me, or why do I feel so alone, you know? And this is about recognizing this energy and then change if you want to. And so this is where the learning section comes into the app, where I'm going to be posting videos every day. So right here inside the app, or once you record your information, you can see pretty easily, like, okay, every time I'm doing this action, I'm more consistently in fear or love. Like, I'm more consistently feeling stressed out or these negative feelings, or I'm more consistently feeling these loving feelings. And so it gives you a percentage of time spent in these fear state or in like a love state of mind, which is a disconnected mind or a connected mind, right? And so ultimately what I want to share is a message of the day. So there's going to be a message every day that I record and put into the app that's just information to help shift from loneliness into feeling connected and inseparable from all the people around you. How is that possible? Because, you know, I've had experiences where I've been at a party and I feel lonely or disconnected from everybody there, and I've also been at the beach by myself and felt super content and at peace and not lonely at all. So it's interesting how these negative feelings of disconnection are created, you know, and oftentimes I think they get associated with external factors, like, well, I feel this way because of this external situation. But the more I recognized and sat with myself, the more I realized that I was more in control of my state of being than I realized. And so that's why I want to create some content around that information, but also some content just around how some of the things I grew up with, I recognize I was being conditioned to see myself as separate. I was being conditioned by the world to see that I am separate because this is me and that's you, and then the way that and the way that we interact with each other, the way that you're interacting with me, and the way we're communicating makes me feel like I am different from you. And I realized that was a type of conditioning to say, to identify, this is me and that's you, we're different, right? And I realized that that was a conditioning that was imposed on me, and I don't actually want that. I don't actually want that. And I don't have to see the world in that way if I don't want to see the world in that way. But anyways, because when I see that I am connected, even in impacting someone in a negative way, once I see that I'm impacting in a negative way and I care about you and I don't want to hurt you, then I can shift my energy to be like, you know what? I want to be a better person for you because I feel I'm negatively impacting you based on my loneliness or based on my sadness or based on my feeling hurt. But when I don't see that connection with another person, then I don't see that I'm negatively impacting people around me, then why would I change if I'm the only one who's suffering, right? And so it's interesting sometimes I've noticed that when I saw that connection, it was part of the change it was part of the thing I needed to shift from fear to love. And anyways, I want to get to updating the app, so let's work on the app. I'm going to be okay, so calendar emotion view. Yeah, this is what I want. So let's use my old little prompting here thing. I stopped using this so much because I've been working on the graphical user interface, which is going to trump this web page in the background eventually, right? You know, because this is basically rich text. All of these prompts are going to be rich text, and eventually I'm going to make it look cleaner. Right now it's still like, I think it's kind of hard to read this. I want it to look a little bit more legible. I think this is easier to read still, and it breaks down code blocks like this, which is really nice. And this doesn't. Let's see. Let's go to calendar emote. So this is the same amount of text. Where's the actual block of text? Yeah, here it is. So I want to output this to look more readable, like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, guys. 1 second. I want to create an HTML file for this plan, which is what I like to put it inside of this folder here, plugins, plans. Can you actually create me an HTML file for this plan so I can visually see what we're gonna do here and update it if I want to? I put at the beginning of the prompt, I put the folder for where to save the HTML plan. And it looks like there's an update to Claude, so let me just do this real quick. Oops, there we go. Alright. Check Discord for YouTube short. Edit Bill, send in a full quality, export later. No way! You created a short for me? No way. 1 second, let me check it. Yeah, I'm using Whisperflow. Okay, so MooCorp created this. Let's watch it. Idea of should I put AI in here? Should I not put AI in here? Oh my gosh. I was toying with this idea of, should I put AI in here? Should I not put AI in here? And I just realized on this live stream right now that putting AI in here would be the dumbest decision to make. I think I want to move away from interacting with AI and only use AI as a tool, as a means to create my app, as a means to create things on the computer where it's complex and it can execute things very effectively. But I'm not trying to learn how life works or see the truth of life through AI. And so there's no reason why there should be that in my app either. What? Are you kidding me? Wait a second. What? That's awesome. This is from yesterday or something. When did I do that? Yesterday? Was that yesterday or? Wait, MooCorp. That's awesome. Wait a second. I'm downloading that. Wait, MooCorp. I'm messaging you. How did you make that? Yo, that's insane. Okay, I'm gonna message you. Well, I'll talk to you after stream, dude. I'll talk to you after stream. Dang, guys. That is awesome. I think I need more clips like this. There's so many things that I feel like, and I just realized I wish I clipped like live stream right now that putting AI in here would be the dumbest decision. Putting AI in here would be the dumbest decision ever, because why would I try to understand the truth of life through an AI bot? I really like that edit though. It's a good edit. Did you edit that by hand, or did you use AI to edit that, or was it like a synergistic thing where you used AI and also edited by hand? I'm just curious. Sup, James? All right. Okay. This group chat thing has gotten me my head twisted. There's so many fields happening right now. It's the thing that's got my head twisted is this number thing. It's just let's see here. Claude and the app. Okay, I want to update the number underneath the user's profile circle with a letter in the name of it in that top right corner. When I load into someone's page in the friends list or the partners list, I actually here's what I want to do. I want to remove the chat bubble next that's in the bottom left of the circle, and then for the amount of days that the person's been using the app, I want to move that so let me just remove that completely for now. I just don't want it to be there. And remove the chat thing for now as well. And I'm gonna redesign this actually. It's just it's got my brain twisted. I need to move it into a new location or something completely. But or just remove. Maybe I should remove this friends. Oh, I should remove the actual friends thing right here. I should remove the profile picture maybe. And then I should move the days underneath the date. That's what I should do. Because then it could be there too. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Wait, I just figured it out. Let's go. Let me pick a different day and just see what happens. August, September. Okay, guys. Here's what I want to do. So, in the app where it's displaying the current date at the top, I'm on the home page right now. What I want to do is I want to remove the month that's being displayed. And I only want the month and the year to be displayed at the top when I open the calendar fully to see all of the whole month. Then I want to see the name of the month at the top and the year when I'm scrolling. But when I'm clicked in and I only see a week, then I just wanted to say like today or the date. And also, I want that text to be smaller so that today text and the date or the day of the week and the date should be a smaller font, slightly smaller. And then underneath the blue line, what I want to add is I want to add the total amount of days that have been recorded in the app. And then also the current streak. So if I'm on like a week streak or a month streak, right? 30-day streak. I want to see the streak that I'm on. And I want the streak to have like a fire icon. You know, there's a fire icon that's already in the app somewhere. I think it's in the energy level. So maybe you could use the same icon as that. Yeah, energy unpleasant or something like that. But I could use that icon in the streak section. And or in the streak, next to the streak number of days. And then I want that same information to be displayed when I'm viewing in the friends section, a partner section, their page. And I want the date, obviously, and the month selection to work the same there too. I think yeah, let's execute this actually. I can update the design of it later. I'm not sure how it's gonna design it, but and then what I'm gonna do is right underneath there, underneath where my mouse is, then what that'll allow me to do is it'll free up in this page. It'll free up this corner so that I can just put a little like messaging icon label for messaging, because when I click here it opens up like messaging your partner in the app, and then I don't need to display the amount of days underneath the users right there. That's just pointless, right? I just can show something else right there in the corner. But then what I want to do is inside of the group section, where it has the amount of days that the person was in the app, I guess you don't need to see the streak technically here. It's more just about how many days has this person used the app, right? Because it has some kind of a value to it. If somebody's replying to somebody else, like someone says, hey, does anyone ever have an issue with this? Do you have any advice about this? And then someone replies to that person, right? Then it should say the amount of days they've been using the app and also people they're connected with in the app, so that they can have some kind of credibility associated with their answer. But there needs to be a way to reply. There needs to be a way to reply specifically to that person, like to at that person or something inside of this group chat. Or maybe there could be like sub. Maybe there could be like chat groups. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Oh yeah, I just thought of an interesting idea. I just thought of a really interesting idea. So since this is a group chat where everybody in the app is going to be able to message each other here to ask questions or just talk about whatever, well, imagine if like two people, some guy asks a question and some other person has a really good answer, and then they start talking to each other. How cool would it be is if like I could just hold like reply, and then that reply gets like it creates like a sub conversation in the group chat. So it would be like you could almost see, you would click on the group of messages, and then you could like see that conversation happening in this group chat. That'd be weird. I don't know if you guys, do you guys understand what I'm talking about? It would like create a conversation inside of the group chat that only those two people are talking to each other. Someone else could jump in there and reply to it, and it would submit into their conversation. Or you could just filter, or you could just have a filter and filter out certain people. Like, I just want to see messages from this person and this person. I'm just trying to think of a way to people can message something in the group chat and have like a side conversation, basically. I'm trying to figure out a way in the Lani Day group chat, or any group chat for that instance, like say a lot of people are talking about a specific topic, like it would be interesting if two people are talking to each other, you know, let's say two people are talking to each other about a topic, but there's a lot of messages going. Like, how can we focus on that specific conversation I'm having with someone specifically? Maybe there's a way to reference the person, but also maybe hold on to the message and then reply to it. Like, reply to a specific message, and then once I reply to a specific message, it actually creates a like a filter where that, you know how like in iMessage, it, when you reply to something, it starts like a sub conversation in a way. But so like if you click on that message that was replied to, it'll pull up all the previous messages associated with it. So it would be cool if it would be like, you know, sometimes when you send like a bunch of photos in iMessage and then the messages, you can like see that there's like 5 messages in the background, or like 5 images in the background. Maybe I could have a way where I could see that there's like a bunch of messages in the background. So when someone replies to their message, it's like, okay, there's a sequence of messages happening here, and when I click it, it opens up the whole conversation that's happening. But when I close it, it shrinks it down to just the most recent message. And anyone could jump in there and add a message in there if they wanted to in the group chat. But it would just be a way to so two people could be having a conversation inside of the group chat. And then I suppose whenever that happens, whenever someone replies to somebody else, it would automatically @reference them so that they could be getting a notification just saying like, hey, a message was directed at you inside of the group chat. Or maybe just like, or maybe it just automatically knows that to send a notification because it was a reply to what you sent. So I want to create an HTML plan for this actually, and so I'm going to drop in the folder here to create this HTML plan so I can change the style of it if I need to. Do you guys know what I'm saying as I'm like doing this prompt? It's very, very much like a brainstorm dump that I just did. But I think it would be cool because, don't you think that would be cool if you have like messages, you could reply to somebody's message and then it kind of like adds it like a series of messages, and then you click it and it opens up the whole conversation, and then if somebody replies to it again, it'll like come up as like a series of messages instead of just a new message that's directed towards somebody specific. You know what I mean? That would be really, really cool. It'll make the group chats way more organized because it won't just be like a giant message. Everybody's just talking to everybody at the same time, like this message, this message, this message. Just in case there's like a bunch of people talking, I don't know. So I have two plans being created right now. And my agent is acting funny over here. Let's relaunch the app in the simulator. What's up, John? Billy, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, J35. Welcome back to stream. Let me catch up with what you guys are saying in chat. I was just so locked into doing that prompt. What PC are you using? I'm using a MacBook Pro. It has a M2 chip in there. Filter by replies only seems much cleaner than embedded group conversations within group chat. Filter by replies only. How much per... Okay, it would be something different, that's for sure. Filter by in the corner wouldn't be a bad idea either, like having up here, having way up here to just say filter by this person or filter by somebody who messaged me directly. Probably have both. I think I'm gonna have both. I'm gonna have filter by and this group conversation thing. It's gonna be this reply to chat, like viewing thing, and then also filter by, because both can exist actually. Okay, guys, you know what time it is. It's time for Mookie. Let's go. The background, green background, is a little bit more darker. Oh my gosh, it is perfect. It is so perfect. It is so perfect. This is the best meditation Mookie I've generated so far. And anyone who's OG in here knows I've been generating meditation Mookies for the longest time. And finally, we got something. After only 1,000 generations later, let's add him in here and see what he looks like. Filters. Let's go. Properties. Let me drop him into my actual correct folder. OBS settings real quick. Alright. Properties. Settings. Whoops. Sorry about that. We want no audio. Open. Okay, let's get Mookie in here. Might have to pause the video so I can see him, but let's get it. Let's reorganize him so he's whoa, he's big. Let's move him into the right spot. I like the shadow. That's what I really like. Oh wait, I have to replay the video so I can see it. I need to see it. And then let's pause it like there. Oh, let's pause it. Let me pause it when he appears. Pause. Mookie. It's time for Mookie. Okay. Mookie's about that big. He's about that big, maybe a little smaller. Just gotta get his sizing right. Is that right? All right, so let me lock that in, and then let me just do filters, chroma key. Okay, let's watch it. Now let's do it again. Mookie! Yes! I love it. She looks so better generated. So, oh, he disappears though at the end. Like, he disappears though. He doesn't have an outro of that. Is that how the video actually goes on my computer? So maybe we gotta fix that. We'll fix that in a second. I wanna get a quick workout in here. I'm doing shoulders and abs today, so let's pause the music and pause the music. Switch to here. Go. so blessed. Remember, guys, don't forget to count your blessings. No matter how difficult the situation might be, there is always light to be found in every situation in life. No matter how dark the place is, no matter how difficult the situation is, to be strong, to be mentally strong, is to find the light and to see what you can be grateful for, even in the most challenging circumstances. Because everything, even those things that we go through that are super difficult in life, they teach us lessons that are worth more than gold. So there's a meaning in everything. There's a purpose in everything. And when we learn the lessons, when I learn the lessons that life is handing in front of me, I see why that thing that was challenging was just there to teach me something. Teach me something about the truth of life, no matter if it was hard to accept or not, but I can see the beauty in the difficult situation. And that's the key. Gratitude is the attitude, consistency is the key. And I always like to remind myself that I am what I see. Separation was never meant to be. Separation is a figment of my imagination. I do not exist outside of what I'm looking at. If this disappears, that's me, that I disappear. I don't exist in space, in an empty space. I exist because of this earth. I'm here on this planet because I am this planet. And also this planet exists inside of the universe, which the earth wouldn't be able to exist if it didn't have a place in space. So you see what I'm saying? I'm what I see, and there is no separation. I am you and you are me. And when I feel that internally, then even in that pain or that loneliness or that feeling that I'm going through, as long as I can see that I am connected, then I can shift my life around into a new direction. But when I see that I'm separate, then I might be having a hard time to get out of that loneliness, that feeling of separation. So to be strong inside of difficult situations is to search for that connection, search for that beauty around you, find what you can be grateful for, to be strong, to change your life into a new direction. Because once you shift from fear, stress, worry, sadness, anger, and you shift that energy into gratitude, seeing the beauty of life, being interested, playing, not seeing things as old, but seeing things as new again. And then all of a sudden I start to be a kid. It's like a rebirth when I'm able to do that. And that's the mental workout that is necessary to change the trajectory of where I'm walking and how I'm experiencing this moment. Because moments, we live in the moment. I don't live yesterday and I don't live tomorrow. The only place where I live is now. And do I want to be operating now in stress? Do I want to be operating now feeling separate? Do I want to be operating now as an isolated individual that's been hurt and angry? Do I want to exist now with that energy? Or do I want to be strong enough to shift that energy into feeling inseparable from all the people in my life and see, am I impacting people negatively or positively? Shift into that love and connection, shift into the gratitude that can be found for even the smallest of things. Like, I'm so thankful that my nail is on the tip of my finger so that when I cut when I accidentally pushed that knife, the nail protected it from cutting my finger. So I'm so grateful for my fingernail. Do you know what I'm saying? And I don't know how I got created. That's just a little, that's just, I'm just joking around, but how am I existing? This is a miracle. Everything that we are is a miracle. We don't know how we're here. We have no idea how we're here. So all I have to do is see the miracle that I am. See the miracle that I am. And when I see that, I can see the beauty. I can see the beauty in life. Okay, let's go back to the app. So guys, the app that I'm working on is about increasing awareness of actions based in fear of love. And if you noticed, I have the streak going here on the left and the amount of days in the app, using the app on the right, which one of my agents was just working on. It's right underneath the today, but I'm noticing that the today is slightly lower. So once I click on it, it could be moved up higher. So let's actually go into here, trying to figure out a way. Okay, this is the plan. So let me check that, keep that checked. Calendar header display. Oh my gosh, there's a little fire icon. Done. On the main, both repos. Okay, let's update the app. Let's just restart the app in both simulator and the phone. I want to see Mookie again. Meditating real quick. Mookie meditating. Oh. Yes. Okay, he disappears. Guys, we gotta fix that. At the end, it just ends. So let's make it longer. Let's do extend video, edit video, redraw, extend. Okay, add sequence. Okay. Description of what happens next. Okay. So let's go into the prompt generation because I still have it open. Characters, Higgsfield shadow prompt. This is from 8:23 a.m. this morning. Right before I went live, I made this prompt. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to extend this video another 15 seconds, and I want he needs to disappear into the cloud that he appeared in by. And I just want, right now I'm trying to describe what happens next inside of Higgsfield. And the only settings I have is 1080p and 15-second duration, and I can mention the same assets. So let's get this prompt finished. So we're doing 15 more seconds of him meditating, and then he disappears into the cloud that you described previously. He disappears into the same cloud that he appeared in. That's the key. I don't want it to be some like different cloud, because that would be weird. TMA every single day. Every single day you're in here with that. Thank you for coming to the stream every day. Consistency is the key. Let me check up on chat. What did anybody say? Oh, you guys are talking about the music generation thing? Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna handle it. I know what to do. Cause my music, it does not trigger any content ID from anyone, so I can content ID it myself actually. New prompt. Okay, so here's the next 15 seconds, making a 30-second video. So that's gonna be really good. Now, let's go to Higgsfield. Let's input the prompt. Let's see if the app mentions are still there. Green screen. I don't think I used the green screen though. Let's remove the green screen in the prompt. Okay, I like this prompt. I just want to remove the @green screen reference in the entire prompt. It's fine to mention green screen background as a word, but just not as a @ reference. Because I don't think that Higgsfield actually used that reference very well. Because you guys see the green screen reference is this really bright green color, but it kind of made this more earthy tone green color, and so I don't want the two videos to be different green colors. I love trying to perfect things. It's just my favorite thing to do. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I know it. My sister is too. Like, I don't know if it's because of the way our parents like helped us raise or something as children. But I noticed that my sister, she keeps working on stuff until it's like absolutely the way she wants it. And she'll work hours and hours, all days and days and days, months and months. And I think I can be the similar way. And I think there's benefits to it, but also drawbacks to it as well. Because when someone else will just finish something and move to the next thing, which increases like the amount of stuff you can get done. Like, I might stay on the same project for longer, trying to make it exactly the way I want it to be. And so yeah, there's benefits and drawbacks, but you know, that's life. I try to recognize when I am working a little bit too much on the same thing. Like, how many meditation mookies do I need, you know? Look at how many meditation mookies. I don't even want to know how much I spend on those generations. But I've been perfecting the prompt though. Every time I perfect the prompt a little bit better. I learn something about Higgsfield. I'm learning more and more about Higgsfield as I do this. And so I'm gaining my Higgsfield skills at the same time. So, you know, that's life. You spent like 200 bucks on Mookie. Yeah, I actually think I did actually spend. I think I actually spent $200 on Mookie so far. Yeah, I actually did. Check it out. This is, oh wait, there's Mookie right there. I don't want to do him yet because we're generating the other. So I got this Ducky. This is my Ducky 1.3 mini actually. The name of it's on the side here. I don't know if you guys can see the name right there. Ducky 1.3 mini, and it's cool because you can customize the keys, like do macros and stuff, and the lighting is really cool that you can create on it. It's also got this like dope, I don't know, it's cool. It's like kind of like glazed over, like almost like a liquid glass display or something. So yeah, that came in the mail a couple days ago actually. You want to hear the sound of it clicking? There you go. It's very quiet. It's the cherry. The other keyboard I had was pretty loud. It's a cherry. Let's see. Cherry MX Silent Ducky 1.3 Mini Pro. Let me see if I can find it in here. Ducky 1.3 Mini Pro. Yeah, it's very quiet. Here it is. This is the actual keyboard. I got the Cherry MX Silent Reds. They're sold out though. It's sold out right now. Yeah. The lighting on it is really nice. Like at night it looks so cool. It looks so cool in the dark. So anyways, yeah, that's just my little keyboard update. Oh, check it out now, Funk Show Brothers. Check it out now, Funk Show Brothers. So it's a bit hard for me to see this display with my lighting. The way to read some of this text is hard for me to read with how bright this room is. So I need like a different theme, or maybe change the color of some of the text, because I do like the default theme, and I definitely don't want to be going to this light mode. Tokyo night day. I definitely don't want to be going to this type of mode. See how this looks weird to me. I mean, I'm glad the theme is in there for someone who wants white, but for my personal taste, I like this, and I like some of this grayer text though is hard for me to read. Okay, let's go into the graphical user interface and update something I need to update. When I click into an agent, I notice that the who changes to the agent name, which is awesome, but it says this little open thing with little you know, and I just want to remove that. I want to remove the open just say the agent name. That's all you have to say. Also, I want to make the agent name to be white instead of blue. Okay guys, so for anyone who just dropped in here and isn't aware, I was working on some plans for the app. So currently, wait, I need to figure out what this agent's doing. Agent dispatcher UI interactions. I noticed the agents aren't getting named sometimes when I dispatch them from the graphical interface, or is that me? Is that just me, or what's happening? Okay, so I created some plans for the app, messaging thread, and the plan is inside of this folder here. So let's load it up. Vibing, plans. Shoot, I have so many plans in there already, so let's just copy this URL here and paste it into the dashboard here. Enter. What are we building? What already exists? Let's see if I can see a actual. Okay, here we go. So I was thinking about making like sub chats like this. So if someone replies to a message, it'll go kind of like underneath the message, and then they could have like a little conversation based off of the question. So if someone asks an interesting question, then you can kind of like have a sub conversation about it. But then also I want to add this way to filter out specific people and at reference people. So I think I want to update that in this plan as well. One thing I want to mention inside the plan is that when someone sends a new message in the reply, in that replies section, obviously it should bring down the old original message down to show it, display the original message, or display the reply actually, and when you click into it, it shows the original message. But it should be, when a new reply is sent, it obviously should be sent down to the latest message that was sent inside of the group chat. So it shouldn't actually look like, they shouldn't be replies to the message, even though they are replies to the message. It should be more like, I just want to make it to be more like, yeah, having that bubble. Just having bubbles to the side of the reply so that you can see that there's like other messages that are behind there. There's like a group of messages or something. So why does this message have like this group of messages that look like it's associated with, and then when you click on the message, it then pulls up the other messages that were previous from earlier? Because right now it's looking more like a comment section on a message. Like, that's not actually how I want it to look in the app. How I want it to look in the app is is the latest message goes on top and the previous message go as like cards underneath. Why did my whisper flow just totally crash out? Something weird just happened because I pasted this information in. It only pasted some of the message. Or something. Interesting. What the heck? You guys seeing that? Yeah, I've used Dribble before. What the heck? I'm copying this whole whisper flow message. Look at how long it is. Maybe I just copy like this. And then when I paste it in here, it's not like entering. Let's try to go do it in here. This is the reply, isn't it? Yeah, this is. Okay, let's try to do it like this. There we go. Some kind of weird bug happening right there. Okay, so that's the first time that the Shepherd app actually did something better than the CLI, but because I've been using the CLI for pretty much all my interactions with the agents for the most part. And there we go. The graphical user interface is trumping the CLI in that case right there. I think it was just something with the agent, that specific agent, because when I paste the information, what the heck, it did it again. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I just quit out of it. Let's quit out of this. Maybe I need to clear some of my agents. Okay, agent dispatcher UI interactions. Let's clear that. Agent input routing, that's good. That already works well. Shepherd lowercase build. Did that, works well. Agent chat redesign. Still need to update that, but don't need the agent. Agent idle display. Updated that. Dispatch daemon error. That's completed. Pause on question. That's just a test agent that I was just having sit there doing nothing. It was answering me a question, so let's just exit out of this agent. Once I exit out the agent inside of here, it should delete it as well in here. Shepherd is rebuilt, installed, and running. This is when I click on an agent, I notice that who changes to the agent name, which is awesome, but it says this little open thing. Okay, that's what I said earlier. So that's finished. Let's quit out of this and then relaunch the agent. Relaunch Shepherd, the actual application. See the updated changes. Okay, so now I have a little, now it's okay. This is great. So when I hover over the folder, it puts a little line underneath it. So when I click it, it actually puts the it puts the correct folder down here like it does in the CLI, because in the CLI it does the same thing. I just have to double click it and it brings it down. It doesn't put a underline under there though, but that's okay. In here now, when I click on an agent, it'll change the who. Okay, that's so much better. And then when I actually click on the agent name, then it loads the actual agent. So if just by clicking over here, it doesn't actually do anything. Okay. So let's go to this and this. I want to update the graphical user interface. So when I'm hovering over an agent's name, it also underlines that as well to make it so it's viewable, to make it so that it's recognizable that you're clicking on that specific agent. I like seeing the underlined thing because it makes it feel like it's almost like a link or something. For some reason, the agents don't seem to be getting named inside of this window. Yeah, they're not getting named. Let me see if they're getting named over here. Hello. Yeah, it's naming it. Okay. So, it just named it something generic though. Oh no, it did. It named it. It said hello world. Okay, so it's just not naming it in here. I want to update the app because when I spin up a new agent, they're not getting named properly. And I want to make sure that I'm using the default agent. So when I do /default, that sets the default agent, and it also should make sure it's in sync. So if I set the default agent in the CLI /default and then type in the agent, or if I do the same thing in the graphical user interface, the GUI, it should use the exact same default agent. So vice versa, that should be synced together. And then obviously whatever the default agent is, that's the agent that is naming the agents that are spun up. But for some reason inside of the app, the Shepherd app, it's not getting named every time. The agent. Oh, guys, it is so much better to be using the app, Shepherd app, than to be using the CLI. Even though it looks so similar, and it's like, dude, what's the difference between what you're doing over here and what you're doing over there? It's the same thing. But I'm telling you, there's something about having an actual input field. Just having a normal input field and you can click around and use it like a regular input field, it's different. In the CLI, the way the input field works, it just feels a little bit less like a normal input field. And then also on top of that, I'm gonna be able to do features like when I drop an image in, I'm gonna be able to see the image I put in there like visually. I don't think I can see it yet, but let's drop in an image real quick just to see what happens now when I drop an image in. Nothing. So okay, that's got to be fixed. Nothing at all. It doesn't even put it in as a reference to a path or anything. Okay, so okay, let's figure it out. There needs to be a way to drop images, videos, files, anything like into the input. So when I'm dragging a file into the app, then Shepherd needs to recognize that a file is being dropped into here, and and then it should show the actual image or video or whatever above the input field, so it displays like right above it the little view that the input field is sitting inside of should grow. It should grow and get increased in size, so it creates space for that image or video, or it could be a text file, or it could a TXT file, it could be an MD file, it could be any file on my computer, right? And then when I actually submit the prompt, those files get the paths of the files get sent to the agent, right? So when the file gets dropped in, we're mainly needing that path, so that when I send that prompt, the agent has the path to the file and can reference it. And potentially I might want to make it so that, see, none of these agents are getting names. I want to make it so that I can view the files inside of the application, something that wouldn't be possible to do in the CLI. Okay, it's definitely not naming these agents, so let's just call this files, and let's call this agent naming agents, and this one is hover mouse. So it is really effective to have the agent name your name itself, because it's kind of annoying to have to type a name in every time. Let's look at the plan for this, because it should be updated now. Yeah, this is what I want. Something like along this line. It should open up in a new view. Okay, so what should happen is when I see a group of messages, then I want, when I click on that message, those messages should open in their own, like in their own view. And they shouldn't be opening inside of like the main group chat conversation. It should almost be like this: when I reply to someone, it creates like this mini like conversation that can happen like off of the main thread. You know what I'm saying? So I click it and it opens up into a new page where I can type, and then people can have, basically people could have a full conversation inside of the group chat in a specific thread, and then not only that, but we could name that conversation to be something. Like, we could title that conversation to be called something. Can you update the plan, please, to have this? Okay. That's gonna be cool. App Billy, I'm working on a whiteboard app with agents so I can have more contextual history. I posted a screenshot in general. A whiteboard app with agents. Nice. I'm looking at it. Is there a workspace? Visual Agents is a tool I'm building now to give each space a whiteboard where context can build instead of just formatting an MD file. That's smart. I like this. So it's a way that it's like a more rich context experience, or to share the context. Is this the same thing? That's interesting. It's like a mood board, basically. Oh, that's a really good idea. I like that idea. Yes. That's a great idea. Nice job. Because you could put all the images, assets, you could put MD files inside of there if you wanted to. You could have everything in there. And then like I see the vision where you're going. It's almost like it's like a mood board for your project and what you're trying to create. You could like reference all the assets and stuff, tell your agent to like, here's all the assets for this project I'm working on. I want to do this and do that. It's a great planning tool, because right now, look what I'm doing. I'm creating HTML files to create a plan, and I'm updating the plan based off of essentially just this HTML file right now. But if I had like a board like that, I could add it in there and then reference it later and stuff like that. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm excited to see the updates that you have for that. I'm trying out. I'm excited to try that out. Yes, that's so accurate. Yeah, to have it keeping track of what the agents are doing instead of just having all these agents, so many agents. And also to be able to reference it's so nice to be able to reference the assets to a new agent, and then you could have the agents update the assets. So you could be like, you could see what the agents are working on, but then you could also tell another agent, reference that information as you're working on the next update, you know, like one source of truth for whatever you're working on. Because nowadays it's all about context. It's all about context. It's all about MD files. It's all about assets that you have, you know. It's all about Mookie coming into the scene. It's just a great idea, Motion. It's a great idea. So is this 30 seconds now? Oh yeah, it is. Oh, whoa, it like totally made it. I don't know why it went black bars on us. Whoa, that's so sick how the clouds come out though. Darn it. Why is it a black border? So frustrating. Okay, let's just download it. Let me have Claude, I think I'd have Claude fix this. Sliced. Let's download it. Okay. Let's see if Claude can fix this. / where default folder. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to update this video. So if you notice at 15 seconds exactly, there's a first frame. Wait a second. Guys, you notice Mookie gets changed in size. and his tail jumps. What? That didn't work. That didn't work. Okay, so extending video in Higgsfield is not the best. Let's see what we can do here. Every day I learn how bad Higgsfield is at making animations. No, I'm just kidding. It's actually really good at making animations. You I think whenever I start to edit the video or change things around from the original generation, that's when it starts to have issues that are kind of big issues. You know, you really it works way better when you just go and say, like, this will work way better if I just go in here and say reuse this prompt. Okay, let's reuse the prompt. And then just change it to 30 seconds. The problem is I need the cloud to go out. So let's do that. Mookie characters shadow prompt. Okay, I want to update the prompt to be 30 seconds, and the cloud that Mookie comes in with is the same cloud he has to go out with. And I'm gonna reference the video that was generated from this prompt, and there already is an amazing cloud that comes in, and so I want to use that as a reference, but to regenerate the video from scratch. So it's only a reference, that's it. I don't want Higgsfield to use that video reference that I'm putting in there and like copy the pixels and the frames and stuff. So I think I already talked about that in here, but I just want to make sure that that's happening again. And I'm gonna drop in the new reference video, which is still going to be video 1. And so yeah, just can you update this prompt for 30 seconds? And also, can you update it to be it should be 3x2. So this is a 3x2, or no, this is a 4x3. It's a 4x3 video actually. Okay. Just trying to make sure I get it right. Use min-max to see what happens, and use the video to video setting. Use Claude Code about editing. Okay, let's try min-max, because I have never tried that yet. Apparently people say it's good. Can it reference my assets that I have as at elements? $2K. Wait. It does a 2K resolution? 15 seconds to max. It's way cheaper. Alright, let's try this out. This is actually interesting to me. Min-max H3. Let's use that. And this agent's finished. If it's good, then it's good, and we're about to find out if it's good or not. And then I need to update the, after I get this going, I need to update the app with the new group messaging feature. Okay, so we're at referencing video 1, but there is no video 1, so let's... Somebody's doing something outside, working on something. Let's reference this video instead of the one that's in there. Uploading. Save. You must trim the video. Why? Choose the segment you want. Okay, let's copy the prompt again. Copy, paste, and what is that noise? Like noise, you hear that? Okay, so I have Mookie, but I don't know if it's referencing the actual character. Is it referencing the character? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so if I go into here, I should be able to see Mookie as a reference. I should be able to see video 1 as a reference. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And now I need to make sure I'm doing a 15-second. Oh, this is 30-second prompt. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Can I just execute this on Higgsfield really quickly? Let me execute this on Seedance. Let me execute this on Seedance really quick, and then we'll compare it. We'll do the same prompt back to back. Check eligibility. We'll do the same prompt with Higgsfield, Seedance 2.5, I mean. And we'll do the same prompts with Minimax H3 and see which generation comes back better for a 30-second meditation video for Mookie. That should be ideally the best prompt that I have ever created, because this cloud generation and the actual 3D rendering in this is beautiful. The shadowing is beautiful. Everything in it is immaculate, and I'm putting it in as a reference the previous generation. So in theory it should create something very nice. So let's try to do this. 4x3 Seedance 2.5. Okay, we're gonna do 60 seconds this time, and we're gonna generate that. And then I'm also gonna do, can you update this to be 15 seconds? He needs to come in with a cloud and exit with the cloud still though, so the explanation in the timeline needs to be updated actually. Okay. Alright, let's try this out. Yeah, just extend it without regeneration. once I get Mookie, once I get both of these working, and then I get my application updated with the new group chat thing, then we'll be rocking and rolling here. This is a long prompt going on. I need to update the application group chat section. It's very basic group chat happening right now. So we're gonna execute this plan. In a second. After I make Mookie with min-max. Okay, so we're comparing Minimax H3 with Seedance 2.5. The exact same prompt, except one's just shortened down to 15 seconds because Minimax H3 can't do 30 seconds, and it only can do 2K videos, which is interesting. And I've never used this before, so I noticed it's only 60 credits for a 15-second video. So if this comes back really good, then I'm gonna be super happy, so I won't have to burn through so many credits. Now let's get the update in the app underway for the messaging thread. Okay, so the plan looks good. I like how everything is being executed, where the messages that people are replying to are opening up into their own thread, and you can label the name of the thread right. And it's just a way to organize kind of like sub conversations happening inside of the group chat, essentially. So I want to go ahead and execute this plan inside of the group chat section, and as well this same feature will be able to be used in any other group chat, right? This is just a feature when multiple people are, or even this feature could be used inside of a message that's happening, but in a one-on-one conversation too, in case for some reason two people talking want to create a conversation that gets saved into its own thread. It's just a feature that gets used when you kind of like hold a bubble, and then you could reply to it, and that kicks off the new thread. And make sure to update whatever you need to do with the messaging conversations in the database and the API to support this update. Okay. And I want you, once you're finished working on this, I want to know the API additions and the database changes that were made to reflect this update. It did it again. Did you see that? It's doing it again. Where my agent is only accepting so much input down here. I don't know if it's Claude Code that's having errors or what's going on with this, but when I go into here, I'm able to send the prompts, I think. Let's try. There, it worked on that. It's just interesting. Let me ask Claude about that. So I'm having this weird error happen where when I click into an agent in the CLI and it opens up, for some reason Claude is only accepting so much information into the input. I'm not looking to change anything. Please don't change anything. I'm just looking at why this is happening. Did Claude recently do an update that might have messed with the input? Let's try to spin open let's launch Codex. Hello. Let's just launch a new instance of Codex real quick, because this is like an old instance of Codex. And then let's go into here and see if when I paste the same prompt into Codex, yeah, see, it's working fine to paste information into Codex. The only issue is cancel this. I think I have to do something with Claude agents. Let me open up a new window and spin open Claude, just a random Claude instance. Trust this folder, sure. It worked in there. Oh, maybe because it's running an old Claude version or something. I don't know. We got the messages running. We got Mookie being generated in the background. And hopefully he's going to be having a way to spin out of his cloud, because right now he comes in a cloud and he appears out of thin air. Mookie! Meditation. Okay, I'm gonna get a quick workout in here, so while these agents are working, let's switch to the other camera real quickly. Get my music switched over to the other sound. Right now I'm playing this. Let's stop that in retro wave, restart it. Let's go. Switch camera. Switch the camera. How you guys doing today? I know a lot of new people are coming through the chat, probably wondering what I'm working on. So I figure I should give a quick rundown of like what I'm actually doing, what I'm creating, why it matters to me. And before I switch to my computer, I just want to talk a little bit about my story. I fell into a depression. I started coding like when I was in high school for fun, and then I got super stressed out. Fell into this path of worry, fear, insecurity that I wasn't gonna be okay or wasn't gonna be safe. Like I was searching to feel safe because I was dropping out of school. My parents were wanting me to move out of the house, and I was feeling super stressed out. I chose to create a software application with my skills that I taught myself out of having fun, because I learned how to code out of having fun. Like I made cool little projects, but then I created this business out of stress, worry, fear, insecurity, and I was so disciplined, and I became disconnected from friends. I wasn't picking up my phone. I was working all day, and I was operating in fear. And then I ended up in a depression. And I had to learn the lessons to work my way out. And I just want to say that even in the darkest of places, the light can be found. As long as I'm strong enough to search around me for what I'm grateful for, find the beauty of life again, to see things as new instead of as old. Where can I see the blessings around me? Because no matter how difficult the situation is that I'm in, I know I can find something to be grateful for, to turn my life around into a new direction. Because I cannot get out of my fear and my worry and my stress and my loneliness that I was in by continuing to feel that way. I have to shift my mind into connection. I am what I see, and I'm not separated from anybody. Can I see the truth of what I am? Can I see that I'm creating separation inside of my mind? Am I able to see that? To shift from this isolated mind that I was conditioning myself into. Do I see what I had done to myself? And how to shift out of it. And that's my application. So what I'm building is what I needed. I'm building this application right here. I'm about to show it to you guys. This is Lani Day, which means heavenly day. Lani means heaven in Hawaii, in Hawaiian language. And so what I'm building is, if my agent would let me open my actual view here. Let me relaunch my application. So what my application is for, it's for capturing the moment to increase awareness of actions based in fear or love. So the first thing you do is you come into the app and you record exactly what you're feeling. What am I feeling right now? Am I feeling stressed out? Am I feeling worried? Am I feeling angry or sad or lonely? Or am I feeling interested? Am I feeling at peace? Am I feeling content? What am I feeling? Because when I'm feeling lonely, How am I going to interact with someone? I know that if I'm feeling lonely, I'm more likely to call someone up on the phone and out of a self-centered desire to feel connected. Like, I need you right now. That's how I'm going to call that person. But when I'm outside of my loneliness and I'm feeling content and grounded, then I'm able to call that person and say, hey, how are you doing today? And there's a big difference in how I choose to operate when I'm operating out of fear and connection versus, or fear and disconnection versus love and connection. There's a big difference between operating out of stress. Like, I am so worried right now and afraid that I'm gonna go choose to do this thing that I don't wanna do, but I need to do it, right? The action I choose to take is much different than the action I would choose to take if I moved with interest. There's a big shift. So to recognize what I'm creating my life with, what I'm choosing to live with in this moment, right? Because I can't live in an hour from now. I can't live an hour earlier from now. I only can operate right now. And how do I want to be operating right now? Do I want to be operating right now out of stress and fear and worry and anger? Do I want to hold that pain that I'm in and be angry about it and move with that anger? Or do I want to move with something completely different to create my life in a new way? I learned these lessons by sitting in silence and watching my mind and how it was operating, to recognize how I ended up in a depression because I was operating inside of a way that my mind was operating in a way that created the disconnection. So how could I get what I want if I'm operating in a way that I don't want to be operating? I have to shift. I have to change, and I have to understand what I'm doing. And this is why I have a brain here, because I'm trying to see the unseen activity happening inside of my head, to bring it to light inside of this app, to shift and change into a new direction. Because the more consistently I operate in the way that I was born into this world, like a child, seeing things as new again, seeing the beauty of life, feeling connected to the people around me, right? I am what I see, and I'm not separated from anybody. When I actually see that, instead of just say it, when I actually feel it and act with that truth, because I don't just think it. It's a big difference between reading that, saying that, and feeling that, and choosing to act based upon that. And because I feel what it feels like to feel lonely. I feel what it feels like to feel sad or angry or stressed. And when I can shift into the opposite, then I can start operating with the opposite energy. In life, why do we really do what we're doing? What are we searching for? Right? What are we searching for, really? Because I'm somebody who works out. I see that there's a lot of new people in the chat, so I just want to let you know that I'm somebody who's worked out most of my life. I'm somebody who's eaten healthy most of my life. I taught myself how to code. I built my own software business by hand. I typed all the code by hand, and I did that, but I ended up in a depression. And so on the outside, I was doing everything right, but there was something I didn't recognize. There was something I wasn't recognizing. And this was it. This was it. The unseen activity happening inside of my mind that was creating the depression that I fell into. The isolated mind. The disciplined mind. The hope that one day I will start to operate outside of fear, even though I was existing inside of it, with the hope I eventually won't. And I had that hope. One day I'm gonna be at peace. One day I'm gonna be this and that. But I realized, you know what? The hope needs to end. That hope needs to end, and I need to do that now. Because I can't live another year in stress, fear, worry. I can't live another year like that. And I was living like that. So my hope had to end. The hope that one day I'll be at peace. No, I'm gonna figure out how to be at peace. And then my whole life started to shift around into the direction that I wanted it to be, because I chose to change internally. And that's exactly what it is. When I chose to change internally, my whole life changes externally. Everything around me shifts, because instead of looking around me and saying, this life sucks, I looked around me and I said, this life is amazing. I feel like I am blessed. I feel that I am a miracle. How am I operating like this? I'm seeing life as new again instead of old. I'm seeing like a child sees instead of seeing like the misery. And once I start shifting that, I start moving with excitement and interest in life, with all this positive energy. And in that positive energy, I end up creating what I was once missing. I create what I was once missing by changing now, and then the whole world around me reflects this. The whole world around me reflects this energy. Because it's already happening, and it's the truth. Separation's being created up here. Separation, guys, let me just say one thing really quickly, because I'm on a roll right now. Separation is a figment of my imagination. I don't exist without you. You are me and I am you. When I look outside and see the world, I am what I see, and that is me. There is nothing in this life that exists in isolation. There's only action and reaction constantly intertwined with each other. This air in front of me isn't nothing, you guys. We're sending messages over this air. This air right here, this is not nothing. This is something that connects all of us together, because I am sending information over this wave, and you don't think our brains are able to access that? There is a wisdom that is operating in this life outside of my mind, and I see it, I feel it. There is like an order and a wisdom that's not a thought. It's not a thought. It's not a human-made idea about what's right and what's wrong, what's true and what's not true. Guys, I realized that when I was a kid and I was growing up in the world, oftentimes people, they use these words when we're growing up. When we're growing up, guys, we're in this together, okay? We're in this together. When we're growing up as kids, and your friends say, that's yours, this is mine. When your parents are using the words like I'm gonna go do this, you're gonna go do that, the more and more we use these words, you, me, we're conditioning the mind that's up here. I'm different from you. Over time, we feel this feeling, I'm different. I'm just different. That's not the truth. In my mind, the word I means us. When I read the word I in a message, I see me. Because I am you, I am what I see, I am inseparable from this life. When I see I say that's me right there. Someone says I'm struggling, all I read is I'm struggling. That's when that makes me cry, because I realize that even though this little body right here is okay and I'm at peace and I can see the beauty of life and I'm grateful, but then I read a comment in the chat that says I'm not okay. And I go, brother, I'm trying my best, and I try my best to show up for somebody who's in the depression that I was once in. Because that's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this for somebody who's stuck in the position that I was once in, inside of fear, loneliness, isolation, anxiety, worry. I was all there. I know what it's like to be there. And so I want to show up for that person who's me out there, who's still inside of that, not understanding that they are inseparable from this life and everybody around them. That even though I was impacting my friends and my family in a negative way, once I saw that I was connected to them and I was hurting their feelings, everything shifted. Everything shifted because I realized I'm bringing my family and my friends down. And I'm not separate from them. By not calling them on the phone, by not talking to them, I am bringing people down. And I feel connected to you, and in that feeling of connection, I started to care. And once I started to care, my whole thing shifted from fear into love, because you know what happened to me? I said, screw me. Not, let's get Mookie out of here for a second. I said, no more living for me. I've been living for my own worries, for my own fears, I've been living for myself. Because I've been in pain, in suffering, and I needed to fix myself. And guess what? I needed to stop thinking about my pain and my suffering, and I needed to start realizing that I was bringing other people down, and I need to start lifting myself back up so that I'm not tearing other people down with me, because I'm focused too much on myself. I'm focused too much on my own pain, and I need to start loving other people instead of just only thinking about what I needed. But when we're hurting, when we're suffering, when we're in this isolated mind, when we feel like we need money to fix our problems, when we feel like I don't have time for you right now because I gotta fix me, I said, you know what? That was the mindset I was in. You want to know what I said? You know what? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die to wake up for you. I don't care if I'm not okay. I need to make sure you're okay. Because I've been waking up for me one too many days. I've been waking up for myself one too many days, and all I keep waking up with is pain, and I keep waking up with loneliness, and I keep waking up in this depression. And I said, I'm flipping this whole thing around, and I'm waking up for you today. And that's what I had to do. I'm waking up for you today. And then the whole thing changed, and love started to come out. And then all of a sudden I realized that love was coming out of me. I'm telling you guys, I don't know. This is just my story. I didn't want to live anymore, so I thought I'm going to live for you, you know. But I had to learn a lesson. I had to learn an important lesson. I only can help somebody as much as I understand how to take care of myself. If I don't know how to work out, if I don't know how to eat healthy, if I don't know how my mind works, if I don't know how to take care of myself as an individual, then I'm not going to know how to take care of somebody else. So the more deeply I understand myself, the more deeply I understand another person. So don't underestimate taking care of yourself and learning how to take care of yourself. That is a crucial factor for knowing how to take care of somebody else. Because sometimes I see people self-sacrifice themselves to take care of another person, but they don't even know how to take care of themselves, and they just end up hurting another person. They just end up hurting somebody else. So first steps first. Learn how to take care of yourself so you can help somebody else. And the more deeply you understand how to take care of yourself mentally, because I could take care of myself physically, I could take care of myself monetarily, but I could not take care of myself mentally, and I had to learn the lessons after falling into a depression on how to take care of myself mentally. And I had to learn how to shift from loneliness into feeling inseparable, because that's the truth of what I am. And the separation is created right here. The separation is created right here, and it makes me isolated from this. But when I shift that, when I learn how to shift that and see the truth of what I really am, and start actually acting in that way, not just reading a thing and saying, that's the truth. Now I know that I'm inseparable. That's like somebody who reads a book. I had to feel it. I had to feel it. And then when I see someone, I had to feel their pain. I had to feel that pain because I know that's me. I know it internally. And so then I start to care. I start to care and I start to love that person because I'm like, you know what? I know how to help you because you know what it takes? Gratitude is the attitude. Consistency is the key. Can we see the beauty all around us? Once again, life, can we see what's new instead of what's old? And it takes strength to see the light in the dark. It takes strength to shift the mind from one way of seeing, which is the conditioning that I created, which was this lonely, stressed out, insecure person that was looking for, that had a hope, and I had a hope that one day I'm gonna eventually be at peace. And I lived that way for years. I lived that way for years. And I had to recognize there is no hope. I'm only existing now in this moment. However I exist now in this moment is what has happened. So how do I want to be now? How do I want to be now? And then I need to be that now. I have to feel that way internally. And when I feel this way internally, the actions I choose to take are completely different than what I was once deciding to do. It's just completely opposite. When I once called my friend and I said, hey, I need you right now. I need you because I'm so lonely. Like, I need you. I'm in fear. And now when I shift my whole internal state of being around, hey brother, how are you doing today? Do you guys see the shift? It's the same action calling somebody on the phone. One is in fear. One is based in love. And the difference is I changed my internal state of being. I can work out and I could say, I could feel the energy. Oh, I need to be jacked because I need to prove to somebody that I'm the man. I need to prove to somebody that I'm strong. I need to be the guy so I can get, it's all self-centered. I could do the push-ups and it could be all about me. It could be, oh, I need to get a girlfriend. I need to this, Y, Z. I need to be this guy. And it's all this self-centered, isolated operation. Or I could do a workout and say, you know what? I'm going to learn how to be healthy so that I can take care of my family better. I'm going to be stronger so that I can actually lift things when people need me to do things around the house, my family, my friends. When I can have the energy and the strength to go have fun, go play with people. So I'm not like not able to go have fun outside with other people. Because if I'm not healthy, then I can't go do those things with people and have a good time, or I can't be useful for other people. So I could do my workout thinking about other people and why it matters for other people, for me to take care of myself. And so there's a completely different mindset shift that happens, but the action of doing the push-ups could be the exact same thing. One is based in an isolated, fear, lonely mindset that's focused on themselves, and another one is focused on how my actions are going to impact the people around me and myself as well. Like I got to take care of myself to know how to take care of somebody else anyway. And also the better I am as a person, the better I am for other people. And that's just a fact. So now when I do my workout, I think about how I'm going to impact other people by just being the best version of myself. So I stopped operating for me and I started operating for the people I loved. And because I couldn't get out of bed. To be honest, I couldn't get out of bed. I was in the state where I was like, I have no reason to wake up this morning. I have no reason to. Because I wasn't wanting to do anything else for me. I was at a point where I was at the end. I was at the end of doing things for me. I saw the end and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let go of my life because this isn't working. You know, I'm working out, I'm eating healthy, I'm coding software, I'm doing this, but I'm still in fear, loneliness, isolation, depression. Nothing is working. And until I realized, you know what? I'm done waking up for me, and I'm gonna wake up for you now. And then everything shifted. Everything shifted. Alright, so that's my monologue for today. I hope you guys understand what I was saying. I'd love to answer your questions. What's the name of the song in the background? I'm not actually sure. I use 11 Labs to help me generate the songs, and also Suno Player 2. You impact people within your own community as well, in the sense that people are looking up to you. I see a lot of me and you, particularly your past overlaps a lot with my present. Thank you so much for writing that in the message. I know that's vulnerable to say, but guess what? That's what we are. We're all going through similar things, you know, and we're all people who experience similar feelings, you know. And that's the key, is to recognize that. How do we shift our feelings, guys, so we can start creating our life and with the way that, honestly, you were born into this world. You were born into this world with the ability to flower like a flower, or to be not watered. What's the thing that waters you? What's the thing that brings energy out of you? And what's the thing that destroys your energy? Because we want to be human beings that are flowering, being watered, and understanding what water is to a human. Because we could drink water, which is great. But what's the water that's necessary for the mind to be in a healthy state, so that I flower with freedom, creativity, interest, enjoying life? What's the water? And once I find the water, I can start creating with something different. So guys, this is my application. My application is for increasing awareness of actions based off fear, love, and it's about recording the energy which I'm moving with throughout the day. So all it's about, it's so simple. You just capturing what you're feeling, and then you capture what you're doing, and then you try to recognize, okay, why am I doing what I'm doing? And so there's different tools in this app that help you recognize and become aware of why it is for yourself. And then it's not just about capturing it in this moment, it's about consistently doing this throughout the day and each day, so that, because consistency is the key, right? Because I could do this one day, but then in a week from now, I can't fall back. You see what I mean? I can't fall back into fear. I can't fall back into my conditioning, because the thing is, I conditioned my mind. This is what I recognized, is I conditioned my mind to be inside of my loneliness or anger, to stay hurt, to stay inside of the stress or the worry. I conditioned my mind to be that way. So I have to recondition my mind to be operating in the complete opposite way. And consistency is the key. Gratitude is the attitude. So we got to shift everything around, search for the beauty around us, and also and see into change from this conditioning from the world. Guys, it's not our fault. The way we interact with each other in the world is, that's you, this is me. this is mine, that's yours. We create this separation the way we choose to interact with each other and the words we choose to say. So to take full control of the operating system that's in our mind, right? We downloaded an operating system from the communities and the people around us. So we need to shift this operating system that makes us feel like you are you and this is me. Because guess what? That's not the truth of reality. I am what I see. There is no difference between me and anybody. You guys see what I see, and this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is not an application for let's figure out how to code something crazy coding, let's make computers do more computering. This is about understanding the human mind, increasing awareness of the truth, to move out of the things that are bringing our lives, taking us down, and to move into things that are bringing us up, back into connection, back into being a kid again. My mental water as a set of circumstances where I want to do day by day basis becomes from wanting to do it rather than having. Sorry, I'm trying to read your message. I'm a little bit confused with what you're trying to say there, Fanto. My mental water, as per your metaphor, is a set of circumstances where I do it on a day-to-day basis because from wanting to do it rather than having to for material. Okay, I see what you're saying. Having to versus getting to. So you're saying shifting from I have to do this to I want to do this is something that helps you a lot. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. I see what you're saying now. Okay. Thank you for sharing your two depths. Says thank you for sharing your feeling of connection and being. Martez says love. That's right. Love is the water. Love is the water that we are looking for to sprout, and the application is for recognizing on a day-to-day basis if we are watering ourselves or if we are starving ourselves of water. The wound is the place where the light enters you. Yes, because the wound is holding you back from, because the wound itself is like a chain around your ankle that's holding you back from playing. It's holding back from being at peace or being connected with somebody. The wound is what helped manifest this separate, isolated mind that's stuck into these feelings that are associated with fear. And there's only one choice to make in life, and there's only one choice to make in any given moment, which is the choice to choose if I'm going to operate in fear or operate with love. And once I realize what it's like to live in fear, I realize there is no choice at all. There is no choice. I surrender to love every single time. Surrender to it. And then let it create me to what I've been created to be. Because this is me having a good time. This is me seeing the meaning in everything. Guys, this is Mookie. So Mookie's a monkey. And he almost fades away, but he doesn't. So I generated one of them with Seedance and the other one with Minimax 2.0. Minimax H3. And guys, so meditation has helped me a lot because it helped me become aware of the unseen activity happening inside of my mind, recognizing why I was doing what I was doing. And so that is a crucial factor. The cloud must go away. Yes, it does go away. Okay, let's download it. Seedance 2.0 won the competition. For anyone that was hanging out from earlier in the stream, we were trying to compare Minimax H3 to Seedance, and the Mookie video from Seedance 2.0 is the one I'm downloading right now. This is the 30-second one. So let's say that's the computer, and then this is the H3, Minimax H3 one. He doesn't move his, oh, he does move his tail. It's actually good quality though. It's actually really good quality though. I would say that H3, or it's called Minimax H3, it's called. It's really good because for 15 seconds at 2K resolution, only 60 credits is really good. Because if I do the same thing in Seedance 2.0, let's go to 15 seconds, it's double the amount of credits. So, and it's only 1080p and not 2K resolution. So that's the 15-second one. Let's go to the 30-second one. Drop it into my actual Discord. Hold up 1 second. Discord. Not Discord, I mean OBS. 60 seconds. Let's go full screen. Update Mookie. Properties. Browse. 60 seconds. Drop him in here. Okay, let's see him. Let's see Mookie doing his meditation. So I sat 2 years in meditation, guys. Well, I was just sitting, I was just very quiet and I was alone. I wasn't actually sitting in meditation for 2 years, but I was just living in silence and very quiet and at peace. And it's been a very it's been a way that I've seen my mind and how I ended up where I ended up and the value of what I'm creating. So this is Mookie doing a meditation, and he appears in and out with a cloud, which is kind of cool. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Okay. Billy, as the other user says, your past is what currently haunts. Your past is what currently haunts. May I still message you on Discord? Wait, what are you saying? Wonder why the cloud looks pixelated a little bit, giving out the illusion of low quality. Yeah, the cloud is it's just doing that because of it's wait, let me watch it again. I noticed the same thing. Let me see. It's because it's not pixelated. It's actually, the cloud is actually trying to be like a cloud. It's not actually pixelated. Like if I zoom in, it's very unpixelated actually. It's just blurry because it's trying to be a cloud, I guess. Because the character itself is very high definition. It's just trying to look like a cloud, I guess. That's why. Okay, so I wonder why the so you can message me, Kiki, on Discord if you want to. I wonder what you're asking me. You're saying your past. You're saying your past is haunting you, and you need help to get out of it. This is why I'm going to create this application Kiki says, you told me a month ago I messaged you on Discord. I'm going through some thoughts the past year and wanted to see how you change your thought process. Yeah, exactly. I can talk to you about my experience and what I went through, and maybe just telling you about my story will help you out. So yes, I will, and I'm also interested in what you're going through, and I'll just be here as a friend and stuff, just to listen to what you're going through. So yeah, feel free to message me on Discord and to talk to me about that, and I'll make sure to go check it later. I think someone else also messaged me, told me they're gonna message me on Discord earlier too. So yeah, I'm gonna check both of your messages out after I get off stream. I'm not always like super fast with my replies though, so just give me some time in case it takes me like a few hours, or you know, whatever. It might take me till tomorrow to actually message you back. But don't worry, I will get back to you. Okay, so I realized the shepherd in the corner, he got kind of squished with the last update. So let's fix that. The shepherd icon in the corner, he got squished when the last update was changed. So here's what I want to do. I want to make it so that he's back to the original character that he was. I don't like how he got squished. I just wanted him to be I guess I want him to go back to the original character, and I want the agents and the working in the pause to be updated to be the same as they were, how they were stacked up. It's something about the way this new update looks is broken to me, so maybe we could just rewind in Get or something like that back to the original. Okay, so I'm talking about this icon here, guys, in the top left corner. I was trying to update him to make him smaller because currently inside of the graphical user interface, he's like much smaller. But apparently, I don't think I can do that because of the way that these squares get rendered. I'm not sure I can render him that small, actually. Matez says, how much will your app cost? The core features are going to be free, so all of this capturing your feelings and the thing is going to be free, and then I'm going to have like premium features essentially that you could upgrade if you want the premium features, but you don't have to. You'll be able to use the app and for the core functionality of capturing your feelings and what you're doing and everything like that for totally for free. So because I'm trying to help people who are in a bad situation, or in a situation that I was once in where it was difficult and it wasn't easy. So I want to try to help, and I don't want to make my app have to be paid to use the feature that I needed when I might not have had any money to pay for it, you know? And so, but you know, in the end of the day, I think that there's plenty of cool features and things I could add into the app too that would be like premium stuff that I could just do it that way. So, but I do have to figure out how to try to hopefully make some money from the app, because I want to keep being able to promote it and share it with more and more people, and also have more people help me work on it. And so because of that, I just understand by creating my previous business that figuring out a healthy way to provide services that are valuable and people are excited to pay for because it's helping them. That's a crucial thing that I want to be able to figure out, because it'll help me grow the reach of how many people I'm able to connect with. So anyways, I understand the economics of making things, and even if you were to create like a nonprofit, those nonprofits still need to figure out how to fund the thing that they're working on. So I do have my own skills in that aspect to understand how to create things that's still helpful, free to use, and the core features will be available, and then also provide some services that people will be excited about too, that'll be paid for because it'll be helpful. And because those things will be meshed together, then it should all work out, and I don't have to worry about keeping the app up and running and reaching new people and stuff like that, and it'll all work out. I'm not worried. I'm a pretty creative person, so I'll figure it out in the end of the day anyway. But yeah. I really need to go to the bathroom. I really need to go to the bathroom. So, 1 second, guys. Alright, I'm back. 1 second. Okay. Humble Life Skills says you really need to have a sign-up list for Lonnie Day so people can show their interest before you launch. Okay, you're right. You're right. I do need that. Reason we need that is because once the app is ready to go, I'm gonna once the app is ready to go, I'm gonna message people in the list who's been waiting the longest to try out the app first for free when I have it, like the test version out. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm just thinking right now as I'm doing the Rubik's Cube. Let me think. Oh yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Whoops. Okay. So, have any of you guys ever done the Rubik's Cube before? Or no? Could you solve it yourself? I know some people can do it like really fast. The only thing that the only thing I've been struggling with, because I used to be able to solve the Rubik's Cube like so fast, and then in like often, like I could do it easily, but ever since I just bought this Rubik's Cube like a couple days ago, I only can get to the last step. Like this is as far as I can get right now because I can't remember the last algorithm. There's one more algorithm to solve this, and I should look it up online. Let's look up Rubik's Cube algorithms. Rubik's Cube algorithms, PPL. How do you join the Discord? Just type !Discord in the chat and it'll do it. Okay, so I'm looking for the algorithm specifically for 3x3. I need it to be one side is a dot. This one, here it is. You guys see this? So check it out. This is the algorithm right here to solve it. But I can't remember. I used to know what these things mean. M2, U, M, U2, M. I can't remember what those the M2 things mean. I'm gonna do this when I'm off stream. Okay, let's get back to working on the app. So the original thing that I updated most recently earlier in the stream was I updated the Shepherd app. CLI. So he's back to being updated like the normal icon. And then the other thing I updated was the messaging thread inside of the application for group chats. So this was a giant plan that I created. It's right here. And this plan is way too overbuilt out, but that's okay. I executed it, and now I need to rebuild the app to see the changes that were made. So in the group chat section, if someone, there wasn't really a way to clean up the conversation. So if there's somebody having a conversation with somebody else, and then someone else is having a conversation with someone else, so two conversations are going on at the same time, I wanted there to be a way to kind of group those conversations into each other, so it wasn't just a giant conversation happening. So let me see that actually happening. Let me go into the agent here and read this information that it replied to me with. Server half is done, merged, and is live on the database. What landed? Reply to ID thread in the communication messages section. So if I go into the database actually and see the communication section, I should have threads. Thread reads. What else to say? It said that there was something called reply to ID, thread root ID. Okay, so let's look at the I want to see why the app isn't showing me an actual version of this. Two things I did not do. The push 3 threads gate have no automated coverage. Okay. Okay, so I'm not sure why. Let's see if I can. Let's add some seeded data to see this. Can you update the app? Make sure that it's working with this new messaging system for replying, and then relaunch it in the simulator, the agent simulator, and also relaunch the app in the iPhone 17 Pro simulator as well. That's currently open. The two simulators that are already open. That's what I want to rebuild into. And then I want you to add some seeded data, or no, before doing that, I want you to add some seeded data so that I can see these replies in the messages and these like threaded conversations that are happening that can be named. I want to see them actually working in the app. So it's gonna kind of look like this. Here's the, this is kind of dark. I don't know, let's go light mode. Is there light mode in here? No, they didn't make light mode on this HTML design, but this is how it's gonna look. It's gonna show the number of members inside of the group chat. It's just a way so that we can all chat with each other inside of the app, everyone who has the app. And then I can create different communication threads. So one could be about loneliness, one could be about insecurity, or it could be about something else. Because oftentimes, like what Kiki said earlier, saying I have something I'm dealing with right now and I want to talk to you about it. I want to make a place inside the app so that we can talk about fear, so that we can talk about love and shifting in a group chat. And so it's going to be an awesome place to share our experiences and help out each other in the situations that we're in. And then there's going to be a way to see like how long someone's been using the app. That's a key. That's what I was doing right here, and I want to update it already because it looks a little bit like, I don't know, it could look better. You know what I'm saying? It could be better. This is the total amount of days that someone's used the app, and then the total amount of days someone's on a streak. So if I'm on like a week streak, 7-day streak or something, or a 30-day streak, it'll display that, and then it will also display the total amount of days recorded in the app. And then when I'm messaging in the group chat, it'll say the total amount of days I've been using the app, because if somebody just joined the app today, we need to know that that person just joined the app and they only used it for 2 days. So if they try to give advice to somebody else, it's like, I don't know, like, you just got here today, like, you know, it's not like that. They still might be a valuable person in the app, but like, and have good information, but you know what I mean? It's just like, we want to see who's been using the app for a long time and who's not. And also, I want to also see who the person is connected with. So there's a section in here for partners, people who's partnered up with another person. And I want to see in the group chats like the people that are partnered up with this person, so I can say, okay, this person has these 2 partners or 3 partners. So I still have to code that out and get that working properly. So let's update this. Let's update the total amount of days at the top. Which I think it's calendar header display. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so I want to update the total amount of days in the app where it says today. And what I'm noticing is the text that says today at the top of the homepage, it looks very small. Or I mean, it's the right size, but it needs to be shifted up higher so it's more directly in between the menu button and the like to click into the partners who's beside you section. Like there's that button there with the icon of the 2 people, and then the menu button, and the actual label that says today with the blue line needs to be in line with those 2 buttons, so it should be moved up higher. And then when I click into the actual month to see the full 30 days, I want to remove then that's when I want to kind of shift the title down a little bit and enable room for the year in at the top. But yeah, it should kind of shift down to enable the year or the month or no, I think it's just the year. Yeah, the year to be displayed. Actually, I want to remove the year completely from the top. Actually, I actually don't want it to display at all. And then when I go back to a specific okay, I want the year to be displayed in line Wait, how do I do this, guys? Okay, here's what I want to do. Keep the year there, but remove the total days tracked and the streak. So when I click to open, this is exactly how it works. Okay, so I've been brainstorming, but this is how I want it to work. When I click on the month, when I click to see 30 days to open up the month view, then it should display the year on the top, and it should remove the amount of days I have tracked in the app and the streak that I'm on. And then when I click back to only see 7 days of the week, or click on a day, then hide the year at the top and move the day that's selected up to be back in line in between the menu and the icon with the characters, or with the partners page to see who's beside you. So that would allow room for the total amount of days tracked in the app and the streak to be displayed underneath it. Okay, that was a bit of a rambling on of a prompt, and I want to see if I enter it, if it has the full prompt, because it doesn't. That's the most interesting thing. The prompt has been acting funny today. Let's delete this agent. And let's just spin up a new agent with the whisper flow information. So this is how long the prompt is. It's kind of big, but that's okay. I changed my mind like while I was talking to it. But what I've learned over time is that Claude is a genius at figuring out what I'm saying, and all I have to do is actually reference. Let's see, 1 second. What's up, Max Blades? Billy, I'm loving the stream. You seem very genuine, brother. This is awesome. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's I'm working on thank you for coming and check out the stream, by the way. I have seen your stream as well, and I do think you're doing some cool stuff as well. I don't know how much of my app you've been seeing, but I'm just trying to work on this application that's for increasing awareness of actions based in fear, love, and it's because I fell into a depression, and it was hard for me to work my way out of it, to understand how I ended up in that situation after being someone who's always been working out and always been like a pretty like disciplined person. But I think discipline's actually what kind of made me fall into the trap, is part of it, because I wasn't feeling like free to just be me, you know. And after I learned how to I have a very similar experience with discipline and exercise. Yeah, it's so interesting because like I don't know how much you've seen about what I've been going through, or like my story in the past, but I was like, so I ended up like teaching myself how to code in high school, and then I built a software once I got to college, and then realized that I knew the information in the class. So I told the teacher, I said, hey, do you mind if I take the final on the first day of class, because I think I already know this information. And ended up testing out of it, which is cool. But then I dropped out of school and I was super stressed out because I didn't have a job, and my parents were telling me that I was making the wrong decision. And so I became like super worried, super stressed out that I was gonna be like able to support myself. And so I kind of worked with this stress and this fear. And then what happened to me was I just started to become disconnected with people. I was so disciplined. I was like, I need to focus because I don't have a degree. I don't have a job. I have to like create this business, and I don't have time to like talk to anyone or call anyone. So I started to like isolate myself out of this insecurity that I had, and I was operating in this fear, and I continued to work like that over time, and then that led me into this depression, and I kind of lost sight of the meaning of anything. And I was like, why am I doing what I'm doing? Like, yeah, I'm helping people out, but I realized I didn't even care how I was helping the people out. I was more trying to fulfill this insecurity. I was trying to fulfill this insecurity within me that didn't feel safe. And so it was funny because it's like I'm helping people and they're happy with the software, but I didn't even care about how I was helping. And so I just realized I didn't even want what I created. I didn't want it. And then I stopped working and I wasn't getting out of bed, and it was pretty bad actually. And then in this feeling of like not knowing what to do, because I didn't need money, you know. I had my business, it was working, people were happy, I was working out, I was eating healthy, and I was like, life just seemed so meaningless to me, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And it was crazy because I ended up wanting to give up on everything. And as I was giving up on everything, I was like, you know what? I'm tired of operating just for me. I'm tired of operating just for me and my worries. Because I've been disconnected from my friends, and guess what? Out of this fear and this worry, I'm hurting people who I love because I'm not calling them. I'm not interacting with my friends and my family because I'm so worried about being safe and secure. And then I realized, you know what? I'm not waking up for me tomorrow. I'm gonna wake up for you. I'm gonna wake up for my friends and my family. I'm gonna wake up for everyone I love. And once I started to shift my mind around and stop being stuck in this fear that I was in, and then I realized that, oh my gosh, I have been living in this way for so long. For 10 years of my life, I've been living with this hope that one day I'm gonna be at peace. For 10 years of my life, I've been struggling, grinding away, hustling, disciplined, focused, doing this, not calling my friends, not calling my family, just to realize that I've been living with this hope that one day I want to be at peace. And I said, you know what? No more hope for me. There's no more hope for me. Now is where I changed. Today, I live now. And now I'm going to live with love. I'm going to look outside. I'm going to see the beauty around me. I am what I see. I'm inseparable from this life. And when I feel inseparable and I realize that I don't want to bring down the people I'm bringing down by not calling them on the phone, and I'm going to reach out and call someone and say, how are you doing today? You know, even though I'm not okay and things are going bad in my life because I don't know what's going on with me. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to call somebody on the phone and ask them how they're doing. And then my whole life changed because I stopped living for me. Even no matter how much pain I was going through, you know, I felt so alone and separate. I felt so disconnected. I felt so stressed out and worried, insecure, and all this stuff going on in my brain. And I said, you know what? I'm done with this pain. I'm done with this fear. I'm done with all of this, and I'm gonna do something for somebody else who I love. And then I realized that the more I understand myself and the deeper I know how to take care of myself, the more I know how to help somebody else. So then I started to realize that the things I knew, like from eating healthy, because I was eating healthy and I was super disciplined and I was working out. So all the things that I knew how to do, I realized, oh, there was, you know, that's going to help me take care of someone else because I know how to do that stuff. But the thing that I didn't know how to do was understand how to shift my mind from disconnection and loneliness in isolation, like I am separate, right? Because I'm creating that separation inside of my mind right now. I'm creating that right now. But obviously I'm not creating it right now, but I was creating this separation inside of my head, and I had to realize the truth of what I am, which is inseparable from everything in this life. I am what I see, and I'm not separated from anybody. And once I saw the truth for what it is and for who I really am, I am not this self, but the way that we condition each other to think as we're growing up, this is me, that's you. The more we say this is mine, that's yours, as we're growing up, then we feel that we are separate. I feel that I'm separate because of the way that I become conditioned over time. And so when I see that separation has been created, but it's not the truth of what I am. The truth of what I am is I am what I see, and I'm not separated from anybody. And I'm also impacting everybody, whether that's in a negative or positive way, no matter what. But before I couldn't see it, and then when I started to see it, that I'm impacting other people in a negative way, and I started to care, then this love started to sprout. This love came out of me. And ever since I shifted from fear into love, I realized that the external world reflects the internal state of being, and there is no hope for one day being at peace. I have to learn how to be at peace now. I have to learn how to feel like connected now with people, and that was a crucial life lesson. And so, anyways, so I have this application that I'm creating, which is all about recording the current present moment. What energy am I feeling now? What's the feeling I'm feeling? And then what am I doing? What am I actually choosing to do in association with the feeling that I'm feeling? And am I able to shift so that I can create my life with the energy I would like to create my life with, or so I can live in this moment with the energy I would like to live with, not basing my actions off of loneliness, you know, like when you call a friend and you're like, I need you right now because I'm lonely and I'm in fear, versus calling your friend and saying, hey, how are you doing today? And it's based off of actually thinking about them, you know. And so there's a big shift because it's like both of them are based off a phone call. So anyways, this is my application, and you know, every once in a while I like to share why I'm creating what I'm creating, why it matters, and talk about it a little bit, because I know oftentimes I get people asking me what am I building, and it's good to just make sure we're all up to speed. And I think I've had the most amount of people come through my stream today, to be honest, and so I appreciate everybody who's decided to hang out and spend more time than usual. But anyways, so I'm also coding this is obviously my app called Lonnie Day, but I'm also coding this, which is Shepherd. This is just a way to manage the herd of agents that I have, basically. That's why it's called Shepherd. And it's a little backend tool that parses codes, outputs, and inputs, so I can just spin up agents wherever I want inside of the folder. So it's not anything complicated. It's just a CLI tool. And also I'm building out currently graphical user interface to the application that looks very similar to it, but it's going to have a lot more advanced features as I keep working on it. But it's cool because if I click on a folder here, and let's say I want to spin up an agent, But the thing that I was working on is this right here, and the group chat thing. But anyways, so Lonnie Day, Max Blades says Lonnie Day looks really great, and I knew there was genuine story behind it. Yeah, no, so I just been messing around with vibe coding this, but I coded it. I actually designed it in Figma by hand at first, and then over time I shifted the colors and stuff, but the actual wireframe and everything of the app was, you know, done by hand by me. And then I gave Claude that original Figma file, and then it made a crappy version of what I wanted. And then over time I've been working to make it more refined into what it is today. But yeah, so anyways, the cool thing is often you click into the app, you can see like, okay, while I'm coding Lonnie Day, how often am I actually feeling stressed out versus this feeling or this feeling, you know? And it will give you like the percentage of time spent in different energy, and if it's based in fear, love, over the course of like a month or a year. So you can see for yourself what things might be contributing to the feeling, or what feelings might be contributing to the thing you're doing, so you can increase your awareness of actions based in fear, love. That's basically what it comes down to. So it's a pretty simple concept. And then I'm gonna be sharing videos in the video section. So there's like a message of the day right here, and I'll just be like putting in a message right there. And then I'll record like some of the lessons that I learned while I was sitting in silence for the past 2 years by myself, trying to like understand how I ended up in a depression, what's helping me get out of it, and realizing the things that I realized, right? You know, like, it's just so interesting when you could be lonely in a party and then you could feel completely content and fine at the beach by yourself. And so I had learned how to cultivate shifting the energy within without actually needing the external circumstances to change. And then I started to realize that like that's what a like somebody who's addicted to drugs is doing. They're using external circumstances, external things to change the internal state of being, because they're not able to change that internal state of being on their own. So they might be feeling hurt, angry, separated, lonely, and all these feelings, and then they're taking this drug to shift their state of mind, right? And then like people take drugs to further depression, but then when they stop taking the drugs, they end up in the same situation, so because to shift the mind themselves, that's the key, right? And then it's funny because if someone's feeling insecure about something, they might, or worthless or something, they might want to acquire a car or a house to like fulfill this insecurity, you know? So it's acquiring external things for seeking for an internal state feeling. And so like it's so interesting because I feel like this is so prevalent like all the time. But I think where it starts out is when we're kids, and we feel the feeling of like, we feel like a certain feeling, like say if it's like feeling connected with someone or having fun and playing as a kid. Say if you're having like a blast and you're playing, and then we associate that fun with the friend that we're with, and then when that friend goes away and we're missing that friend, then it's like we're longing for the person to feel the joy. And then for me, it was increasingly difficult to connect with a new person later on to feel that same joy as I was a kid, because I was just looking for that person that I had when I was a kid to feel the same feelings. And so it's interesting how we grow up and associate the external world with the internal state of being so strongly. Like a warm, cozy home is what makes me feel at peace. But somebody who doesn't have a warm, cozy home, they might just have a small little shack, but that kid, he feels a sense of peace somewhere else. Maybe he feels a sense of peace when he's hanging out at the river, by the river, and he's feeling that sense of peace, so he associates peace with being at the river. And then the other guy is in the house, and when he's growing up, he associates peace with being in a warm, cozy house. So then as we're looking for these feelings, sometimes we search for the external things that isn't actually where they're at. So you could get the house and then not feel at peace, and thinking that that's where that's where it is. Anyways, it's just a long-winded way of me saying that, you know, it's a long-winded way of me saying that if I snap my fingers and gave you the house of your dreams, but you felt lonely every single day, you wouldn't want me to snap my fingers. But if I said I'll give you the house of your dreams and you'll feel at peace every time you're in the house, then you would be like, yeah, give me the house. It's because we're not searching for the house, we're searching for the feeling. You know, if you're stressed out every single day inside of the house, but it's your dream house, you wouldn't want the house if that was the case. All right, guys. So I was just rambling on about the app and stuff, but anyways. So, all right, so let me see, what time is it? It's 12:30. I have, Mookie. I just excited that we got Mookie generated today, and he's looking way better than before because he has a shadow. I love how he has his shadow underneath him. And for anyone just curious why I'm creating anime characters, it's because I have a idea for creating a story, and Mookie is one of the main characters in that. Did you see the shadow of the cloud? It's so good. You kidding me? That's way better than it was the other day. So I only spent like $200 trying to generate videos to make that, because I did so many generations. Yikes. Okay, so I don't have that many agents actually working right now. I'm just hanging out. So the messaging thread is getting created, which is the group chat thing. So this is what's gonna happen once a message is sent inside of the group chat and someone wants to like answer a question or something like that, it'll spin up a side conversation. That's what the agent's working on. And the other thing that just was updated is when I click on the month, the day here, it now allows me to see the total days using the app and a streak if I'm on a streak of usage. Reason why that was necessary was because inside the group chat I wanted to see how many days somebody has been using the app for, just to like for credibility basically. And I don't really like how this is looking right now, so let me just update that real quickly. Okay, where the underneath the today, the blue line, there is the total amount of days somebody has tracked something within the app, and then it has the streak that someone's on. I want to put a blue bubble around the total amount of days someone's been using the app for, or like information has been recorded in the app for. I think what I might do is have different stars, so like you get like maybe like different badges for the amount of days, just for fun. And then as you get like higher up in a streak, it could start like, this icon could start like glowing and stuff like that. But yeah, I think one thing I want to work on is this pie chart, because I have a whole nother idea for a new chart that might be better than the pie chart. But the pie chart is mainly just for seeing, okay, over the course of this time in this action, here's like the feeling. It's just a different way to view the data that's being tracked within the app, to see which feelings I'm feeling more frequently during this action that I'm taking. And I thought about maybe changing it to be like showing the feelings and then the actions too, but I think it's fine the way it is. And then I think, yeah, so I'm gonna add one more chart in the ledger for viewing the data, and I'm gonna update this chart as well. I just have to work out the plan for it still. I have this image here somewhere on my desktop that I downloaded. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know where it is right now. Let me relaunch Shepherd, because I know that I've made an update recently that was just for clicking the icon. Is that an only mobile app? Yeah, this is currently it's just an iPhone app, but I'm going to make an Android app, and I'm gonna make a web app eventually and everything. It's just currently I'm just designing it as a iPhone app for the first version, and then once this is out and available on the App Store, then I'm gonna create the Android app, because the API and the database will all be working properly, the app will be designed properly, and then it will just be a fairly simpler way just to basically duplicate what I did in the iPhone for Android. So it shouldn't take me that long once I have the iPhone finished, because I'm taking my time and with making this exactly the way I want it to be. You know, I don't like working too fast, because I want to make things done well. And so if anything's not working properly, then, you know, I'm just coding money day and doing the Rubik's Cube. Wait, I was recording a little audio. Oh, perfect, guys. So you see how this is working? So this is the update that the agents are working on right now, which is if there's a message, like conversation going on, see, I can like reply to this message, and once I do, then it opens up the message into like a thread that can be named, so that way people can have like side conversations, and then I could put the name of the thread right here instead of the user's name, or like maybe beside the user's name I can put the name of the thread. So if someone's having like a side conversation inside of a group chat, it just would have a place to like exist. But anyways, guys, I think I'm gonna call it for today. I've been kind of running out of steam here in the last minute. If you can't tell, Loki's meditating. I'm going to take a break, get some food, go outside, and I'll probably vibe code a little bit after, but yeah, I just want to take a break, real quick, mental break. I was working on a lot earlier today, and whoop, got Moki over here. So, anyways, all right. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'm on every single day, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much, Zulu. Max Blade, thank you for coming to hang out for a little bit. I don't know if you're still here. Let's see, Motion. I just like saying bye to anybody who might be in the chat still, or hanging out on the stream, I mean. All right, peace out. Talk to you guys later. I'm gonna put a little piece in the chat here. Too deaf. See you later.